And good morning, everyone. It is January 29th, 2024, the Broadband Committee meeting. All meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. We have an agenda before us. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Lougheed? Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the adoption of the minutes of the Broadband Committee meeting of October 31st, 2023. Any errors or omissions? Not. Looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. I'll now move on to item 4.1, the Broadband Core Backbone Project Update Report. And I'll pass it on to Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Just go over the broadband update. So the phase, with the construction phases 1, 2, and 6 are complete, and there is no capital budget approved for 2024 construction. We'll move over to 1.21, broadband podcast series. So what we've done here is we're starting a small series. We started our first one. We got the founder of Rigstar. They've been around for 25 years, Dan Grisdale, and Jerry Pride interviewed him. I think it went well for our first kick at the can. We're definitely not CTV or something, but we're learning. And so we've posted it on as many sites as we sort of could get, as we go forward more and more with this broadband project. YouTube, tons, Spotify, Apple, Amazon Music, podcasts, and we've also mounted it on our county website too for viewing. So hopefully there's lots of places to view. Next, or
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Reeve. I just had a question regarding the podcast. I love that you guys are doing them. That's great. Is IBI and Rigstar now partnered, or is it Arcadis? Am I saying Arcadis? Arcadis? Am I saying that right? Are they now?
They're part of our team, actually. So there's strengths and weaknesses in every company. So we've got Rigstar as our network operator, and IBI as sort of our engineering core. And in other stuff that they do with us is the one call system. So we've sort of partnered them together so that we can work together as a team. So there's a mishmash there for sure.
So they're not partnered. We are just using them in partnership with us.
Yeah.
Okay, the podcast made it sound that they had joined together and are now partnered.
Okay, so maybe that's...
So that's not...
No, it's just all a team, our teamwork sort of thing. Okay. They're separate. They work for us. They work for them. It's sort of mishmashes. This is a small, community in telecommunications.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry. Mumbling. Okay, so the next thing is 1.22, media and marketing, and we'll be talking to this a little bit after when Rigstar's here. The media and the marketing, what we've released is directed completely at the telecommunications providers. So these are some, and I think they've been handed out the forms that we'd actually like you guys to hand out to ISPs and businesses and stuff like that. So as we go forward with these, and there's a QR code in the corner, and that takes you to our expression of interest through Rigstar, and then the process is you log in there, you say that you're interested, and then we'll send it an NDA, and then we'll work with you to hopefully start business with Clearwater County. So these are sort of this, and I've handed out the cards to start marketing in this area. So I don't know if I need to read the whole form off or anything, but hopefully the the idea is sort of kept there. So the next thing is our underground locate software, and that's something that Arcadis does for us. So just, they have the expertise in-house. Underground locate software that we use, we monitor phases 1, 2, and 6 through our software program. And what it does is it produces, again, as a reminder, conflict and non-conflict. Conflict being that there is a conflict that's specified at excavator is not cleared to proceed without a ticket and without the locates, without putting the flags in. They can't proceed until those are in. A non-conflict is basically, we've checked the area, it's within limits, and we just send a ticket, please proceed to dig. What that does is prevent a lot of people going out to do locates and spend tons of money doing locates. There's considerable cost to that. So in here on the chart, you can see, you can see here, there's been 223 locates, and then conflicts, there's been 142, and non-conflicts, 79. So typically what happens is a lot of times trucks get rolled out. So there's 80 times that we would save money. So it could be $200, 300, could be $500. It depends on the distances. So it's much cheaper to do the locates. There was no strikes when we were this few months, which is nice. It's winter. Hopefully there is no strikes. But there's sometimes we notice that there's a few emergency calls coming into, meaning a truck is in the ditch or something and they've got to evacuate it and stuff, the phone or hit a pole or something. Typically not for us, so it's pretty good. I guess any questions?
Any questions on the report? Seeing none, looking for a motion. Oh, so go ahead. Yeah?
I think Deputy Reeve Melhoff brought it before, up earlier. Arcadis, was that the name? Can you kind of outline what they do? I think it was mentioned somewhere in my distant history, and I'm not exactly sure exactly what their role is.
So Arcadis was IBI, which is presented here numerous times.
Okay.
And what happened is Arcadis got purchased or bought out or partnered with, I'm not exactly sure how it worked, with Arcadis, which is a much larger world leader in engineering. So what we've used Arcadis now, IBI, for is typically with any grants, coordinating grants, some project management in the past, not so much now, obviously. And with the, our Call Before You Dig program and conceptual engineering, if we need it, help with those kind of things as they go on and more, if I'm saying that right. So what we're looking for is to create a team, with Rigstar, us, and Arcadis, to help this open access network. So it's really trying to create a team out of different groups to go forward.
Director Hagan? Oh, sorry. You might want something to add, I think. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I can add some additional clarification as well, and help the understanding is that the county has contract with Arcadis, formerly IBI, as well as a contract with Rigstar. But what we found, as Mr. McDonald stated, is we don't want them working in isolation and creating red tape where it stops one process because we've got to bring the engineering consultants in to discuss one aspect of a potential partnership with a telecommunications provider. What we want them to do is to work as a team with us and work through those problems together with the telecommunications providers so we can make this as seamless as possible and streamline wherever we can.
Follow up?
I could, a little bit of explanation, because ultimately we do get questions as elected officials from time to time about global companies and their influence in our projects and stuff like that. So I just want to understand our role, and I appreciate the information shared.
Director Hagan?
And on that note, if I can add, our contacts are all local. it's still the IBI staff that we're working with. They have a more global parent company now, but we honestly haven't noticed much change ourselves. Our service levels have maintained high, and we have close contact with our local folks as well. So really, for us, it's still essentially a local service.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You said Arcadis is doing the call before you dig? I thought Rigstar was contracted to do call before you dig.
It was part of Arcadis's before we actually even hired Rigstar, because we needed that in the ground as we were going out. So they've actually just taken that upon them, or we've done that with them. Because so the contract or the RFP went out for Rigstar, but previously, because we've had infrastructure in the ground, we had Arcadis doing that.
Okay.
So it was melding over. It may in the future go to one group, but because of timing, we couldn't do that.
Supplementary?
Yes.
When we were going over budget, and I want to say it was just over $1 million as part of the contract service for Rigstar, one of the big things that we were told that Rigstar is doing is one calls, call before you digs.
They're partnering, and again, sorry, they're partnering with Rigstar on that, to do that. So they're in the background taking the calls, and if Rigstar needs to push out a call or something, again, that's the teamwork thing.
Okay, so then what's the over $1 million for if it's not for the one calls?
Well, it's for other things besides one calls. There's software, there's hardware, there's monitoring of gear. There's, we have, $1 million worth of gear to monitor. We have calls to produce. If there's downtime, there's tons of monitoring and warranties and things that can break and we get fixed. So eventually we will maybe put it together, but it was just a timing thing.
Director Hagan, do you have supplementary to add, information to add?
I do, thank you. And for further clarification, the contracted services budget that we discussed during budget deliberations and previous to that at the last Broadband Committee meeting was not one contract. It was not just with Rigstar. It was all contracted services and the related costs that we anticipate in 2024. So it would have been Arcadis, IPI, it would have been Rigstar, it would have been other contracted services for line locates and that sort of thing when a truck does need to be sent out and so forth. So it was everything together.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at the broadband, accepting the broadband report for information, if the councillor wants to make a motion on that. Councillor Graham? All those in favor? And that's carried. So moving on to 5.1, open access refresher.
Okay, so I've included with this sort of a tip sheet, if you want to call it that, for the open access, the key points. It's a double-sided sheet with this. So if you can take notes, keep it, sort of thing. Maybe something it'll help in the future for conversations. So I guess the very first page is open access, no roads edition. Which is the second page. Oh, the third. Sorry, Elena. So this is my key points. Really, stuff to remember as we go forward with open access, just as reminders. If there's any questions even after this that anybody has, please just reach out and send me an email or whatever. But the key points, what is open access? Open access refers to shared network infrastructure with multiple service providers can offer services to their users. It enables different companies to use the same network to deliver services like internet, phone, TV, etc. As we all know, there's more than one service. There's medical, there's everything. It goes right on, agri-tech, all those kind of things. I can read this if you want all the way through. Why is open access important? Diverse services. Open access allows us to use or users to choose from a variety of services, providers, and offering. Competition allows multiple providers, and that's the whole point, to compete for the users, leading to better quality service and lower prices. Resource efficiency, it reduces the need for redundant network infrastructure, meaning you don't have 5 telecommunications providers with 5 pieces of fiber, 5 lines in the ground. Key players in open access, infrastructure owner builds and maintains the physical network infrastructure. That's us, Clearwater County. Service providers offers services over the shared network, such as internet or telecommunications services. Content providers deliver specific content or applications over the network. That's your different things, security, extra content. Advantages of open access. Consumer's choice. Users can select from a various service providers and tailored service to their needs. Innovation. Encourage innovation and the introduction of new technologies and service because it's fostering competition. Competition, again, leading to improved service quality and lower costs. Our role in open access, users' role in open access. You have the freedom to choose from service providers and customize your internet experience. Open access empowers you to make decisions about the services to use, like selecting software or apps. So remember, open access optimizes network resources, promotes competition, and empowers users to choose the services they prefer. It's a technical framework that creates a dynamic and competitive telecommunications provider. I'm not going to read the little note on the bottom. I can't see it, probably. So on the flip side is the network terminology, and we'll post this again on the website. We'll post both these pages. I want everybody to know education's good. So network terminology, just as a reminder, Internet Exchange, Data Hive, where we are. Internet Exchange is generally a neutral common location where internet service providers and other internet infrastructure companies exchange internet data. Point of presence, POP, is a location that providers use to aggregate data connections. Backbone, a large connection used to connect core network components. Middle mile, the connection between the last mile and the internet connectivity. As it stretches out, it gets smaller and smaller. The last mile, the connection from the local network to the end where the user is. User being residents, businesses, other providers, etc. Other municipalities in some cases. So I'm at page 5. So what I'm going to attempt here is, I call it access the no roads edition, because we always use the analogy of roads. And I find it, maybe we should just try something else. So that's why I said maybe. So hopefully it actually does this. I have a little, I have a little 3-minute video on open access to sort of make me stop talking. So.
How open access networks help bridge the digital divide. A reliable internet connection is a requirement for modern life, just as roads, water, and electricity. To ensure access for everybody, internet networks need to change. In North America, most fiber networks are owned by private internet providers who only build where their business case is good enough, leaving rural or less affluent areas without. But what if the cost could be shared between many providers, offering a big range of services? There are 3 layers in a fiber network: the physical infrastructure layer, the active layer of electronics, and the service layer delivering services. In a traditional network, one entity controls it all. In an open access network, the layers are separated so one entity can own and maintain the infrastructure layer and lease it out for others to deliver services. Think of an airport. It is built and maintained by one entity that doesn't operate the airplanes using it. It would be impractical and costly for each airline to build and operate its own airports. And the same goes for fiber networks. The competition between multiple service providers sharing a network brings many benefits: lower prices, higher quality, and a greater selection of services. This leads to more customers choosing the network and brings the building cost per paying customer down. And that's why open access networks reach more homes and are the best way to bridge the digital divide. Because of the added complexity of multiple parties, An open access network must be managed by purpose-built.
Yep, that's good. The rest is sort of the advertisement. We do have a contract with that company, and they allowed us to use that. Actually, they were pretty happy that we were using it. So I'm going to go back off into my, as you can see, there's a long-winded explanation here. Please stop me if you need any questions or anything like that. To explain open access in the context of an airport analogy, which is what we saw on the little video there. Think of open access broadband as an airport. Just like an airport is a hub that allows multiple airlines service providers to operate flights, internet services, open access broadband is a network infrastructure that allows multiple internet service providers to offer their services to customers. So for example, airport terminals, that's the physical infrastructure. That's, where you get your plane. The airport terminals and runways are like the physical fiber optic cable infrastructure. They are essentially facilities that planes need to land, take off, and serve passengers. In the open access, the physical network is the essential infrastructure that ISPs use to deliver the internet service providers to the customers. Airlines. Just as the difference between airlines can use the same airport to offer the unique services to travelers, different ISPs can use the same open access network to offer internet services. The competition among airlines leads to a variety of flight options, destinations, prices for traveler, WestJet, Air Canada. Similarly, the competition among ISPs on open networks can lead to a variety of internet plans, speeds, and prices for users. Air traffic control, that's us. Air traffic regulator and management, Clearwater County. We own the infrastructure and we manage it and we make sure that people are playing by the rules. Air traffic control manages the takeoffs, landing, and overall flow of the aircraft to ensure safety, efficiency. Similarly, open access networks are regulated and managed to ensure that all ISPs have fair access to the infrastructure and that the network operates efficiently and reliable for all users. Duty-free shops, value-added service. Everybody likes duty-free. Just like airports have shops, restaurants that provide additional service to traveler, open access network enables ISPs to offer value-added services such as streaming, cloud storage, cybersecurity package. The list goes on and on and on. On basic internet access. Excuse me. Broadband. So boarding passes and security all are fun part, right? Everybody loves waiting in those lines. Travelers need boarding passes and must pass through security to access their flights. On an open access model, customers need to subscribe to the ISP, which ensures that they have access to the network and that their data is secure as it travels across the infrastructure. Baggage handling, don't forget the guys and that's data management. So that's in the backgrounds, managing all this data, the flow, all the back office stuff, that nobody sees, but there's a lot to the back office. Baggage handling systems transport luggage to and from planes efficiently. Similarly, data management systems on open access networks efficiently route data to and from users through the network infrastructure. So I won't read the little star thing again. Really, that's all. If there's any questions, try and keep it, fairly decent.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The open access key points, there was a spot in there that was talked about resource efficiency and that it reduces infrastructure in general and redundancy. Is there not already redundancy in the system because we're overlapped with SuperNet and Arrows in the ditch beside us, and there is fiber in town and TELUS is along Highway 11? Like, there's already redundancy built in just by the nature of how this whole system has, not our system, but the way that we're not able to access some of these other systems because like SuperNet, for example, we can't get access to it. So therefore the province, through their own legislation, has made a lot of redundant, dark systems.
You sort of answered your own question there. Really, it's access to the redundancy, whereas with an open access network, what we're doing is we're creating redundancy that anybody can work with. Whereas you work with a SuperNet or a well-known carrier, it's very costly to get that redundancy. You're paying once and then you're paying twice for the redundancy. Whereas with an open access network, you always have those options to get into those places. So I think a lot of the times, it's exactly what you've said. There's stuff in the ditches, some beside us. In our areas, rarely there's a lot beside us. There's some that is close. Of course, in town there is. But we're serving the rural, and if we ever did serve the town, there's infrastructure for somebody else to come along and do that also. So it opens up options again.
Okay.
Supplement?
Oh, sorry, Director Hagan. Start, you bet.
Thank you. Maybe I can just expand on that a little bit too. We can't change what's already happened before the county undertook this initiative. And unfortunately, we weren't able to access many of those existing infrastructure that is there because they are not open access to begin with. And what we believe is by completing these phases of the core backbone project, that we are enabling an open access network looking forward into the future that can prevent a lot of that redundancy, and telecommunications providers don't have to invest in another parallel run of infrastructure to go out somewhere because we've got one there. So that's why we're looking at getting the word out through the marketing strategy to let them know we have this available. They can come on board, use what we've got there, lease whatever works for them, and avoid that redundancy in the future. So we can't really change the past. We still can't prevent anybody from building along beside us if that's what they choose to do. But I think we've given them motivation to avoid that in the future and save money.
Okay. Supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Reeve. Is there something that we can do that actually does prevent that double building? Like you said, we can't prevent somebody from going along and building alongside us. Is there something in legislation, because we obviously work towards advocating to provincial and federal levels, is there something in legislation that we can do? Like they would never allow a power line in parallel unless they, for some reason, needed a bigger system. But they're allowing these fiber lines in parallel is because that this is not considered an essential utility yet? Like, is there some, can we advocate to make this an essential utility so that they aren't building in parallel? Like, it just seems redundant, and perhaps we need to be looking at this in a different angle to prevent that type of building.
There's part of the Telecommunication Acts that basically allow telecommunications providers to put fiber anywhere they want. And again, and that's existing with CRTC and stuff like that. It was to prevent too much people putting competition in, but it's actually been the reverse. And it's exactly what you're saying is, and asking for it to be a utility, like a proper utility, and you know that a company, if they come in the area, has to evaluate whether they should use existing infrastructure or not, i.e. like the gas companies. I think, in my head anyway. More like power. Yeah, more like power. So that there's competition on there. I think that should be there. I think whether it would, how you would get it by the big providers, I don't know. But government can change those kind of things. From here, it'd be very difficult just as a municipality to sort of sell ourselves, but it'd have to be Canada-wide, I would think.
Yeah. Ms. Serha?
Yeah, so mostly economics plays a huge part in this, and now that there is an open access, it makes more economical sense for a company to use the open access instead of building their own. One of the things that, so it isn't likely that somebody else will come and build alongside an open access. What they do is build alongside a network that isn't open because they don't have access to it. So the more that the understanding out there becomes the difference between open access and a privately owned network is explored and made known. Hopefully this grows in our province because the open access is the most economical, because each company has to charge so much to recoup their costs for their individual highway of fiber. And the reason that it's happened and people don't understand is because it's buried in the ground and people don't know. If we built two roads next to each other and you had to pay the person that built the road to use it, it would soon become very apparent that that was silly. But because this is buried and people don't understand and people aren't aware of what's going on, that's why this is happening. And hopefully, like Mr. McDonald said, that this can become a utility and our governing bodies can understand that it's silly to build multiple networks that only are used by one entity and the costs have to be recouped from their customers.
Follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. So I'm hearing resolution. I'm either to RMA, FCM, both, to have that changed, because I don't think that it's appropriate for people to have to build right beside or want to build right beside just because of economics or whatever. And we need to make sure that our economics make the most sense, that people won't want to build right beside us. Hopefully that is the case. But I'm hearing resolution. Do you think that that would be a good path forward to advocate for this to be changed in the Act to be a utility, an essential utility?
I'm just going to offer a comment on that because I believe RMA wrote a white paper specifically around broadband last fall, and I believe that that's their mandate this year to actually go to Minister Champagne and advocate for that. So that might be a conversation at this Friday at our CRMA and speak, because Paul McLaughlin will be there and we can ask him specifically. And yeah, I agree. Fall resolution would be appropriate. So with that, I would also offer that as Councillor Lawye and I last term, there wasn't a lot to choose from. The big telcos were really going after the low-hanging fruit. And in this, and so when we talk about expenses in regards to fiber, they weren't too interested in servicing any of our rural residents. And this is offering a much, a different level of which they're now, they're going after the big cities, they're going after these small urbans or large, small, medium-sized urbans, and I think our rural voice is getting stronger because we have a lot of businesses that would like to relocate and would need this particular. I mean, our oil and gas would love this. Some of them do. So I see this as a real driving force to allow and be a showcase for the rest of our provinces. I know some counties have already have a closed access for some of their own infrastructure, but I think we're one of the few in Alberta that have an open access. So with that. All right. Carrying on to the presentation, I believe.
I think I'm done, the
You think you're done?
presentation.
Okay.
Unless there's any more questions.
Okay.
And I will post all this on the website. I think some of it, I may just truncate and make a little prettier because I'm not an artist in any way. So I'll probably ask our communications to help a lot.
There you go. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, you came up with your analogy here with an air board. What kind of rules is a air traffic controller putting in here? Do we have a rule book, and is it so stringent that ISPs don't want to get involved with us? Or are we pretty loosey that we're available to anybody?
It's a great question. I think our rule book is really something that we're going to work on in the future. We've got our broadband policy, but I think we have to work on our open access policy in the future. I think that's something we can definitely bring into it. But as for fairness and that is the whole point of agnostic on the open access, to be fair to every ISP. That's why in place we sign NDAs and they get all the information that we have. There's no secrets when they're, and as we go forward, really the rule books that we do is standardization in construction. If they do any construction, or if we do all the construction, standardized so that if a company comes in, they know what they're attaching to. There's no guess, there's no, stuff that doesn't make sense or no logic. So we're trying to, it's more of a standardization of products than anything to keep, not even products, but just type of installation and all those kind of things.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How long have we been quote unquote open for business? Like, how long has it been for somebody could actually come in and connect?
We've been reaching out since about September. I think we've started with some, slowly there. We had to, there was certain things to finish. As always, there's always, nuts and bolts to finish at the end. But it's been September, we've been pushing. We have lots of expressions of interest out, and you'll see later on today that there's, we've got significant interest.
Supplementary?
That's great to hear that that there's a lot of interest, because if this is truly as economical and for all people that are trying to tie in, then you would think that we'd have people tying in and actually connecting to the system.
Again, you have to, you have to build the car before you sell the car, sort of thing. And well, maybe not with Ford, maybe they do. But anyway, you do have to sort of build things and test things and make sure they're secure, because we do want to do a world-class system here. We don't want to have, our first day that we turn everything on not work. We want it tested and really, to make sure that we're doing things right and, the whole way down from top to tip.
With Councillor Cermak's question, one of the big things that you said was standardization.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it then make sense that we would have to build it from front to back, all the way?
We can. The option is, if somebody wanted to put a wireless tower up in somewhere, and we took the fiber to them, and they built their own tower, where does that stop? Where's the demarc you may say that the county's responsible for? But we do want to make sure that they put something up that's safe. We want to make sure something that sees like CRTC and all those kind of things, all the safety features. But we don't want to push it so far that we affect their design and make it so costly to them. But we should, as the network operator, if we're connecting to them, make sure that they're building something safe and secure. But that's really where you can push it to. Ideally, if we own it, it's much easier to manage. It turns into a lot of contractual agreements, lawyers, and all that kind of thing. So
and enforcement on those contracts,
enforcements and all that kind of thing. So it's a snowball effect. So ideally, if you own everything, you've got control over everything. If you don't, you don't have. You can exert as much pressure as you're allowed to legally, but you can't over push, I guess, is sort of trying to say something like that. Sorry.
Well, because for me, at the end of the day, I know that we use the word customers in the broadband space, but at the end of the day, these are our residents. So we need to make sure that they're getting the best service possible at the most economical way possible.
And our customers will be the telecommunications providers as of now. And those ISPs, telecommunications providers, will have those customers. But we want to, if we own the infrastructure, we have to keep it at a high caliber. We have to keep our customers happy being the telecommunications providers. We need to have decent quality for them so they can sell their product, and in turn helps us. And we can grow out. So we could put a tower up somewhere instead of Joe putting a tower up or whatever.
I would also that although this process seems lengthy, we all know that there's a Trans Mountain pipeline that's been in the works for tens of years. So, you know, with other industry, and that benefits the residents and of this particular province as well, as far as that, are oil companies that rely on pipelines. So when something is of a quality, I personally, I agree with the philosophy of putting it out there with something that already is working and not test out the bumps with the trials. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I would just like to know what kind of feedback we're getting from the ISPs on our open access. On the way that we look at open access. Do they look at it the same way, or do they want us to move in a different direction? Is that what's stopping ISPs from coming in here? They don't like what we're portraying, or are they liking it, or what kind of feedback do you get from them?
Director Hagan.
Thank you. The feedback we've been receiving has been very positive. I would hesitate to say anything is stopping them from coming at this point. As Mr. McDonald pointed out, we only completed construction in September. It's been a short time since then, and that is the intention behind the marketing, to get the word out there and that sort of thing. Our partners Rigstar are here today. They will be presenting and talking about this as well. So there will be more information provided today. But I would hesitate to say that anything is stopping them at this point. We're not hearing a lot in the way of negativity. We're hearing a lot of positivity. And I think we're getting very close to starting to see some contracts being signed. So there's a lot to look forward to, I believe.
Okay. Supplement, or are you good?
So if that's the absolute truth, what you're telling me is, I think it's great that we're open for business, and it sounds like we should have people lined up, and we should have all 4 of the little corridors in our thing filled up here in the next couple of years. I'm hoping. Thanks.
All right. Looking for a motion to accept the open access refresher. Councillor Lougheed moves the motion. Any more further discussion? If not, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So moving on to 5.2, the Clearwater Broadband Network Marketing Initiative. And I'll invite some of our guests to join us. There we go. So good morning, gentlemen. Welcome. And before we get started, we're going to do a quick round of introductions, if I could. So I'm going to start with Division 2.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, gentlemen. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Cam McDonald, Information Technology Manager.
R.C. Guckert, Strategic Account Executive, Rigstar.
Good morning, Kyle Scott, Marketing Director, Rigstar.
Good morning, Marilla Gelfi, Project Manager.
Thank you. So with that, I will turn it over to who would like to make the introductions then? Mr. McDonald?
Yep.
Please.
I'll do that. I'll start off with, I believe, Darcy first. For your presentation of Rigstar Communications and our marketing strategy is what we're pushing forward. So what we were talking about before.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I ask you to just point the mic in your direction so that
my
that way
direction.
people on live
Okay.
stream will be able to hear
There you go. Thank
properly?
you.
Thank you.
On camera, smile, big smile. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to engage with you. I have to tell you, I'm extremely excited on behalf of the Clearwater County of what you've built. And just to give you a little history, I have over 25 years of being with big telco. So the people that you have seen in the past, I've seen working on lots of things, but kind of avoiding a lot of the smaller communities, what have you. It was something that struck a chord with me because I grew up in a small town in southern Alberta. And the analogy I like to use, what I'm seeing happening in 2024, I spent a lot of time previously in my last role working with the Ag Societies of Alberta. These are entities that serve each of their communities, and it was a venue that I approached to ensure that these communities are being looked after. And the Ag Societies were a group of, a component that basically represented these communities, and they had the ability to get funding. So most recently, I successfully launched for the Ag Society of Strathmore, a fully turnkey managed Wi-Fi and fiber network. So the nice thing is rather than giving all that money to that campground, to all the ExploreNet customers, we basically allowed Ryan Schmidt, the CEO, to generate that revenue for themselves and keep it in. But they needed the expertise to deliver, build it, deliver it, support it, and we simply handed the keys. So flash forward to now, what we see here that's really impressive is the fact that you've taken into consideration of looking after the entire county, not just a municipality. And I think that reflects in the funding and some of the hurdles that you may encounter down the road. No one's getting left out. Finally, and that's what attracted me to joining Rigstar, because I was working at a municipality level, and it was a challenge. But that being said, I think, given the fact that there's a very large commercial entity that supports your county, I think now you can actually go back to them and saying, we're investing in you now. Okay, I think it's a key component. And further to that note, anything down the lines around like renewable resources sector, attracting those folks, connectivity is a fundamental necessity, and this county and all these folks have delivered on that. You have a backbone that's ready to deliver, and you have customers ready to onboard. So with that being said, I'll introduce my friend Kyle here, and we'll go right into it. So let's just see.
Yep, either one, yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm glad.
Oh, you got to turn it on.
It's turn on. Here, I'll give it to Elena.
Yeah, just,
No.
oh, there you go.
That was quick, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, everyone needs a fall guy, right? Yeah.
So yeah, to summarize summarize what Marky or Darcy had highlighted there is obviously we share that vision with Clearwater County. The Clearwater County team has been fantastic to work with. We recognize that, it's just not a utility, but it is a stimulus for growth. I think COVID definitely highlighted a lot of the pitfalls when it came to having a robust backbone, solid internet. I mean, it could be looked at as on par with electricity, water, whatnot there. So we know connectivity is key. We recognize what Clearwater County is doing currently, and we definitely want to share that vision with Clearwater County. And further to what Darcy had mentioned, just even the drive out here and just seeing all the businesses along the corridor that would benefit from fiber there. So not only looking at the businesses, but obviously the residents throughout the county, even last mile connectivity there. So basically, it's just to bridge that digital divide. That's been highlighted a lot of workshops, lot of symposiums throughout Canada. So yeah, we just want to kind of just show that, you know, we're committed 100% to work with the county. We like what you guys are doing. And with that being said, we'll kick it over to the next slide. And Darcy, if there's something you want to add to.
For sure, let's just hop into it. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff on the slides. You can read it all. There's some points that I would like to speak out, so we can go to the next slide. Okay, so probably the key fundamental thing here is you now have a lit backbone for the entire county. You've got some ways, and all the way back to Calgary. This is critical. So me being from Big Telco, you have carrier grade network ready to go. Now, one of the most key fundamental things of this fact is that we are not coming in here, that you being the county building this and pushing out existing ISPs. What you're enabling them to do now is take advantage of a fiber backbone that has not been in place yet. And whatever fiber's been here has been allocated to, you know, oil and gas producers that are paying the full dime to companies like TELUS and you name it. So that is really important because under no circumstances do we want to drive out ISPs. These are the people that have built this industry up, but like anything else, this is extremely capital intensive, and you can imagine the cost, and I'm sure you have the numbers of putting in the fiber. So as it stands now, a lot of these ISPs operate on the fringe. And that I'm saying they go where the big telcos are not, because that's where they can service those customers. So what we're really doing here is we're giving them the ability to access a fiber backbone that's probably the most critical piece, which I'm sure you've heard ad nauseum, is where's my upload? At best right now, most of your clients may get 5 meg, maybe 10 meg from a wireless shot. What you have now is the ability to deliver 100 meg service, and with our conversations that we're having, that's already been identified, and they're anxious. So, any other questions pertaining to this slide?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You used the word anxious, as in they're trying to get connected?
It's everything. They waited a long time. They conduct business, and I think as everyone knows, the way business is conducted and what internet is used today as it was, say, 15 years ago is night and day. Your upload is really inhibiting a lot of these clients, so they're clamoring. But the capital cost of trenching out services to these sites is something that only, oil and gas entities, your top 100 companies in Canada can basically do. What you have now is the ability to reward that. You've built that for the entire county, and the reality is that a lot of the businesses it's not done in high density areas. As Kyle noted, along the highway here, you see all these facilities, whether it's midstream, what have you, they all require, and they're moving data back and forth. From voice to data traffic to security, you name it. Everything is done on that mode. So the nice thing is now that is made available to a wide variety of ISPs. So you are sitting in the driver's seat, but also now you need to leverage this asset that you've built towards targeting new businesses, such as renewable resources. That's a huge, big opportunity, and now you have something to outdo the rest of the other counties around here. So you're doing very well.
And I would caution you to say that renewable resources, because we do have an option for, and I would say, in my background and whatever, I would sooner have a data center. So that's more my lines of, creating jobs locally, and in that sense, and that is the future, because we need more iCloud space, and that's where those data centers, do that. So it's an opportunity for us to, there's multiple options with the backbone, and as I understand, and we don't know what the future is going to be like in 5 years, because things are moving exponentially with the Internet of Things as well. So understanding that, I think us as being rural councillors, I think we're more inclined to do the renewables on our own personal roofs or a recreation center or a hospital, but understanding too that it's not just the renewable end of things. It could be we don't know what that looks like. It could be part hydrogen. It could be whatever else that looks like as well. Not
Absolutely.
just inferred. It's
No.
inferred solar, but it could be whatever. It could be hydrogen. It could be whatever the new fuel of the future would be.
The nice thing is you have bragging rights. You
Absolutely.
have built something that a lot of these entities are looking towards, so when you're trying to attract them into here, you know, you've made that investment, and that's something that resonates with them, and you should continually promote that. It also benefits all the communities as well. So the nice thing is I think COVID showed firsthand the need of having a good download and upload speed, but basically we don't want anyone left out. So we can jump, if there's any other questions, we can jump to the next slide.
Continue.
So from a marketing perspective, what you have on board supporting you from Rigstar is both marketing and sales. And we bring, in my case, decades of telco, you know, experience and living in this world, and really, you know, wanting to drive home the fact that we're supporting you in this initiative. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if anyone had any specific questions on that.
Nope. Carry on.
Okay. So I guess the question. Any questions?
I apologize if is there a delay in or isn't it automatic? It's not. Okay, yeah, sorry.
That's good.
I had that timing down better.
Okay, no problem. So as you can see, there's a wide variety of providers that have shown an interest. Existing ones and ones coming outside of your county are wanting to get a better understanding of, okay, first and foremost, let's get that NDA signed and we can start sharing things. But it's only going to get better as you complete your other legs. But we have very large carriers coming in, showing interest, and also some very large other entities as well. So you're garnering a lot of attention, and it's only going to grow. And the nice thing is we're going to ensure that, you know, residents and businesses that, you know, pay the taxes of this county are now getting an infrastructure that's going to be first class. So congratulations on that. It's only going to get better. And for the most part, it's going to cover all sectors. I don't think there's any type of vertical business that doesn't require some sort of robust connectivity. And the word that needs to be heard is fiber. It's got to be fiber. Okay, that's not going to go away anytime soon. Okay, I'm good for the next slide. Maybe from a marketing perspective, I can let Kyle kind of address this, but this gives you just a flavor of all the different venues that we're leveraging to spread the word.
Yeah, so this is kind of a collaborative effort from both Clearwater County and Rigstar as well. So we've conducted several social media campaigns there, generated a lot of interest, especially LinkedIn, just with our employee base and the contacts that we have. We've been around for 25 years, so we're definitely well connected in the telecom space there. The website that Clearwater County has is fantastic. The content's current, so lots of communication there. So most residents, however they need to access their information, has visibility to the website. There's some offline brochures that were prepared as well. Outside of that, we ran a couple press releases, one that was picked up by a major publication there. So we got additional exposure there. So further to what Darcy had mentioned, we're definitely, you guys are definitely on the map and generating a lot of interest. Blogs, recent podcasts, so a lot of good activity there. And connecting with the local media, leveraging our memberships with CanWisp. Those of you that aren't familiar with CanWisp, that's kind of the major, I guess, national, what would you say, I guess all internet service providers are kind of affiliated with CanWisp, so they hold an event every year where, you know, a lot of discussions around ISP, bridging the digital divide, all that kind of comes into play there. and our SEO with our website, what you guys have, generating a lot of organic traffic there. And then we'll continue with our direct mail campaigns and surveys and stuff there. So I don't think there's one channel that we haven't touched on. I don't know, Darcy, if you want to add a little bit too.
No, I think for the most part, this is moving along really fast. Now that it's finally up and running, it's not going to take long. I think a lot of people are waiting by the wayside to see what you've built. I had a chance to do a tour. Your bunker or data center here is first class. It reminded me of the bunker in Telus that they have in Calgary. You know, the sky's the limit. And when you're wowing some big carriers like you have, it speaks volumes to what you built. You built it right. So, congrats. Next slide.
Question?
Oh.
Councillor Malov?
Thank you, Eve. So you're doing all this marketing, which is great, but so our residents keep asking, how do we connect? Are we actually explaining to them how to do that? Because they can't call the county and do that. They have to phone an ISP, find an ISP willing to connect into the system, and then get a hold of you to connect into the system. Like, are we actually giving them a flow chart of front to back, how somebody that is along the backbone can actually get to turn on the button and get internet at their house?
Appreciate that question. And to answer your question, right now you have a wide variety of ISPs that are entering the market. Some of them utilize wireless technology, and what they're doing right now is they're actually marketing in your communities. So they're trying to determine where they can garner the best amount of traction, and with the type of surveys they're articulating how they're connecting to. So in some cases, depending on where the fiber footprint is, they will extend fiber into a community, and or they may leverage a wireless technology. But those ISPs that have expressed an interest and have signed the NDA are now actually marketing into your communities. So they're going to be receiving notifications saying, hey, you know what, we're so-and-so. We're looking at providing you this type of internet connectivity. What would your interest be? Are you happy with your current provider? If you could have something better. So they're trying to dip their toe in the pool to determine of the different communities, say for example, Ferrier, what have you, what is the traction like? Because bear in mind, we're agnostic in the sense we operate and manage it, support them, but it's really, I leave it up to them where they want to target to start with. I believe your network's going to grow, but I don't think we're at the end stage as of yet. As it is right now, you are going to leverage the backhaul, and these ISPs are very familiar because they do the exact same thing, whether it's an Axia, Telus, Shaw backhaul that they will procure and deliver service to. I hope that answered your question.
Subsequent?
Supplementary, please. Thank you, Reeve. How do we prevent then the low-hanging fruit? To have somebody come in and be like, oh, Wilderness Village looks great. I only want to deliver to Wilderness Village. I don't want to pick up any of the residents along the way. How do we make sure that these ISPs are still servicing all of our residents? Can we put that in the contract? Be like, yeah, cool, you want to do this area, but you need to, Cam used a hexagon, right? Can we build the, yeah, you want this, that's fine, but you will build out to here and you will service all these residents that are along there. Can we do things like that? Because otherwise they're going to come in, they're going to pick the low-hanging fruit, and they're going to leave the residents in the dust.
Your end state will achieve that goal because in an open access network, the intention is that it is built the same, one service, and then the customer has the ability to choose their provider. So it'll change the landscape, the end goal, but in the meantime, you have the ability to utilize the backhaul to generate revenue for the county. So rather than waiting, and we're trying to get it fully completed, your network is ready to be utilized. And I mean, that's something maybe Cam can speak to, or, the legal entity around what are those timelines look like.
Mr. McDowell, do you have any
I
comment?
guess I'm talking. Really down the road as we go forward with this committee and, we go through with and look at possibilities of grants and everything coming forward and bring back information to these, to the committee, then we can discuss that nature of moving forward and financing in different ways.
I have a question in regards to, our community, yes, we have our community engagement here, but I'm going to take it up a level or two, and that is our provincial engagement and our federal engagement as well. Because I believe that we can leverage that as well with the ISPs and in offering maybe some support, for them at that level so that we can maybe give them an opportunity, levels the playing field, so to speak, and that maybe that's recognized. Because I know the federal level is lobbied heavily by the big players, and maybe that's an opportunity for us to help be that lever for the smaller ISPs to, give them some more clout at that level as well, and our provincial level. I think that's important. That's why we do open access. That's why we are doing open access, I should say, and with this. So I want any kind of entrepreneurial spirit that wants to come and even start their ISP, come and look at us here as well. So I think that's important because Alberta is growing in their tech sector, as I've been following, and that's going to be critical for ag, forestry, and all the other natural resources that we hold dear here as well. So anyway, if there's no other lights, I will offer you to continue on with the presentation.
I guess next slide. Okay, so obviously a fair bit to read here, but probably some of the key components it's tied to, like I say, my history working with TELUS and Bell for decades is the fact that you own this backbone. So the nice thing is there's going to be, the potential for a nice revenue stream to make its way back. All too often I've seen in the past where municipalities or what have you have paid telcos to come in and build their infrastructure simply and then turn around and collect all the revenue. Yours is unique, like I said earlier. You're not just targeting a municipality, you're enabling the entire county. So you're halfway down the road, we're doing great things, so, and it's only better things to come. And, I like the idea that and this is something where I'm going to ask all of you and the county to really endorse something that you've built that's going to create revenue for the betterment of the community, however you decide to utilize it, rather than seeing profits go to a big telco and then that goes off to say, well, we're having an initiative in Eastern Canada. And that was something that really kind of stung us that service Western Canada. We make the money here, but all that capital was going out the door to try to go into other markets. Reality is you control the ROI. Okay. Any other questions on that?
Ms. Sirhan?
Yeah, just a clarification for anyone that's listening. When you say municipality, you mean an urban center? Because Clearwater County is a rural municipality, so.
Okay, so in the context of that municipality, what I'm meaning as is a large center, say for example, Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, right? Where you have some other issues as everyone else that lives and works and raises families here. So the county as a whole, all these little communities are being included in this. So that's what my plan was. Sorry.
Thanks for the clarification. Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You said that we can utilize this as a revenue stream, but the business plan never pays for itself. So how can we ever use this as a revenue stream? Because the business plan does not pan it out.
Ms. Sirhan?
Even though it doesn't fully pay for all of the infrastructure, it still is a revenue stream. It still has some revenues coming in to offset some of those costs.
Yeah. I would even offer the fact that we don't know what technology will be coming in the future that could enable us to generate extra income. And I would say too that the business plan doesn't, you've given us the lowest case scenario, not necessarily the best case scenario. And so we got to go more on probables than possibles with that too as well. So, but thank you. Good question.
Next slide.
Oh, yes,
I do have a
Mr.
question.
McDonald, for sure.
And this maybe Kyle and all of you. Community engagement's really important to everybody here. You know, as we go forward, you know, we're gonna engage the community, the ISPs, businesses and residents as we go forward over the years. I guess I know what's important, but how important is it in the overall, how we work to promote this broadband initiative?
I think it's critical. And this network belongs to the county. The county's paid for this. It's received funding for it. But it's imperative to appreciate the asset that you've built. And sometimes it takes someone from the outside to look at it and say, wow, this is, and I'll be the first one to say this, this is the first time I've seen a county initiative where it was all inclusive. I've dealt with other communities that have focused just on that major center. And my understanding from a funding perspective, that really creates a kind of a divot for all those surrounding smaller communities to attract those funds, because this isn't money that's doled out every, per annum. You get one shot to do this right. And what I've seen and the work that you've done and some of the folks like a Tim Quinn, the credentials blew me. When I first came across this, I was astounded that you were able to attract someone like this and build what you've built. So that being said, the investment's been made, but it's up to the county to support this. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not pushing any existing ISPs out. We're just giving them a fiber access that wasn't made available. And prior to that, they did not have the capital to actually deliver those type of services into the county. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Guess we can carry on.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, so we have a bunch of ISP providers. NDAs have been signed. I think, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but you'll have some interesting and exciting news come the month of February. And it's right across the board. ISPs, businesses, it is starting to trickle out. As previously mentioned, the folks at Rigstar and the experience that they have and the network of clients that we have, a lot of these clients do business in your county. So the nice thing is they are now being made aware that this is available to them, and a little bit of patience, and we're going to get everyone there where they need to be. And yeah, I'm really excited about it. I would really like to see the ag societies partake. That was my focus. If you're just looking after all 700 of them and getting them on board, and there's a lot of need, and I think Clearwater is going to plow the way of what good looks like going forward. So I'm just hoping a lot of these other counties follow your lead.
I got a question in regards to NDAs. I understand that there's importance, and maybe it's just more for people that are listening, like how important is the NDA? What role does it play? Not only along the lines for us, for the county, but also for the people who are signing it at the other end. Where is that?
I might listen.
No, I just want to reinforce why it happens.
I'll take a stab at it and then probably ask Murray to make it clear. Okay. But anyway, long story short, it is obviously to protect Clearwater County. It is obviously to protect the ISPs. What we're in a situation whereas we talk to a lot of ISPs. We don't want to tell the ISP's secret sauce out to another ISP in a competitive environment. So it's really there to protect its stronger wording is to protect the ISP from information going out that would be detrimental to their business. And it gives them a confidence to talk to us openly, and it gives us a confidence to talk to them openly about their ideas, their strategies. They may say, hey, this is a good idea, we really want to do that. And we can say, well, we're doing this, maybe this would be a better way to do it, or vice versa. So it gives the ISPs and us a way to talk openly without them giving away their secrets, or we're actually telling them our stuff that's going on and information, and they're telling us the information that's going on. So we can share and make it, you know, more economical, more efficient. There's just goes on and on and on, and different ways to work. Some companies work different ways than others. There's just different structures of businesses that don't, you know, they may send their sales guy to talk when they should be sending their technical person to talk. And we can say, you know, let's work together. And I think it really creates more of a team environment for each group. So I don't know, Mr. Hagan.
Would you, can I offer you this, instead of saying it's the secret sauce, it's more proprietary information?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think, yeah, poor wording on that
Yeah,
part.
no, and that's fair, that's fair. I know, I'm trying to dumb it down, that's all good. Counselor, or Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. As Rigstar, you guys work with a lot of different companies and you build out a lot of different networks. Are the NDA thing, is that standard across the board, or is that a Clearwater County thing? Because I was very surprised to hear that as well.
No, for the most part, even back to my telco years, an NDA basically ensures that everyone's protected. The telco and the information that we're giving, so that it's not shared outside of the business transaction that we're looking at doing. And it's important because, you know, like everything else, you've built certain places in certain areas, and you want to protect the work that you've done, as opposed to it getting into the wrong hands. And once again, protects both parties. I can't talk about one ISP versus another and the technologies that they're using. That can't, you know, that's can't be shared. But it's simply there so we can carry the conversation and know that we're really serious of going further down the road and sharing, you know, critical information regarding the maps, the point of presences, where you can tie into the fiber network. This is stuff that normally would not be shared unless we were, you know, serious about doing the business, and that we have to be sure that they're not disclosing that to a competitor outside of what we're working on.
Supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Reeve. But if we're open access anyway, why does it matter? Why don't we just tell everybody and everybody can know about it? We're open access, so it shouldn't matter. And if everybody's signing an NDA for everything, the NDAs become relatively useless.
Would I offer the proprietary information is key? It's disclosing business.
Especially in this phase when we're talking backhaul. Okay. If the network was all complete and it was a completely open access, it wouldn't matter, because it's just a matter of, would you like to be an ISP that is on this menu? But we're not there yet. For the purposes of what we're offering today with the network as it stands right now, you have a full duplex fiber network that's second to nobody, and you have ISPs and business customers lined up waiting to onboard. With that being said, if this was shared to, say, a large telco, they would be more than happy to say, we're going to jump everybody to the punch. We've got word of where they're wanting to go, and we will make the investment if we think we have a stronger relationship with that entity and we can pull the rug out from underneath them.
We're not fully built out yet.
Exactly. We're vulnerable in that state, right? And like I said, this isn't the end goal, but everything that I was heard and when I was brought on board is, how can we generate revenue and get this network going? Because I think it was mentioned earlier while I was sitting over there, this is a long haul process of building this. And the nice thing is you're in a position as of today to start having it generate revenue from a backhaul perspective, with still the future in mind of delivering that open access network.
Thank you for that. Sorry to open the can of worms, but I wanted to understand that better, so.
No, that's good, that's good. On the toes, not on the heels.
Very good. Awesome.
Next
I'll let you
slide,
continue,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so the nice thing is you've built a best-in-class network, you've got some great partners, and I like to think for the most part, everyone's going to hold each other accountable to make it right the first time. So I think what you've done, I'm sure you've observed what's been going on in the marketplace, and this is the strategy you chose, and I think it is the correct strategy. So I think we're done. That's the last slide. Open for questions.
No, we've kind of been asking questions all along, so, with all this, so
Thank you.
anyways. If not, just looking for a motion to accept the presentation for information. Counselor Graham? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break at 10 till 10:30, and then we'll go into closed session. And welcome back. We just had our quick break and going down on, looking at the agenda, we're now going into closed session. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And welcome back. We are now back into open session. Looking at the agenda, we have a delegation at 1 o'clock. So with that, I will look to go into recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome back to our Broadband Committee. We are now reconvened from our lunch, and we have a 1 p.m. delegation, 7.1. We have with us Lightlink Technologies, Ms. Elsie Nelson and Mr. Neil Ratcliffe, and to do a presentation for council. And with that, I will turn it over to, Councillor Northcott.
Thank you very much. Actually, I think at this time I'm actually going to step away from this meeting. I just have morally this just, I could see this being viewed as a favoritism from council to council. I got to witness another councillor vote during budget on a broadband budget. So I believe that I just don't ever want it to be perceived to the public or anything like that. And morally, I'm going to step away from this meeting at this time. As a conflict from councillor to councillor, I'm just going to step away from this at that time.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we actually built the committee, built the bylaw that goes with the committee and the policies that go with the committee to avoid that very conflict.
CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So absolutely. The entire committee was to protect, in case any potential pecuniary interest from a councillor position. Going through that, as I have had discussions and to be less formal, if I may, with Elsie and Neil, it's that the authoritative hat, the councillor hat, that is the conflict. Removing that absolutely allows Mr. Ratcliffe to represent Lightlink and address conversations. What I heard was Chairperson Northcott,
Committee member.
Sorry,
Yep,
committee member. Getting crossed up on my terms, I'm trying to keep it straight. Had concerns with the perception from the public. It's on each individual to weigh it for themselves, I would suggest, as the MGA, but administratively, very comfortable here.
Yes, supplementary.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity for any ISP that requests a delegation to come and present to this committee? This is therefore it not being favoritism. This opportunity is extended to anybody.
CEO, yes, there is. Okay. All right. So with that, I'll turn over the floor to Mr. Ratcliffe and Ms. Nelson, and you guys can do your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. Reeve Michelle Swanson, Deputy Reeve Jenny Malhoff, Councillors Dyer Lougheed, Brian Cermak, Jordan Northcott, Sydney Graham, and CEO Rick Emmons. Thank you for letting us speak this afternoon. Neil has been into telecommunications since he graduated from NAIT in the late 70s. With his vast experience, many projects out of the country, knowledge and research, he knew it was time to bring fiber optic internet to our community. We saw a need and a solution to the bad wireless internet in Ferry community. Lightlink Technology started a feasibility study of cost, customer uptake, and experimented with different techniques. We started construction in August of 2018 and have been successful for the past 5 years. As residents of Clearwater County, we are the most committed ISP to see an affordable, reliable internet service in the county. Neil is a dedicated volunteer of 20 years with the Ferry community, president for the past 12, works very hard to better our small community, volunteers with many committees, and volunteers his time and knowledge to my business. Neil is volunteering his time and knowledge to the Rodeo Committee to find a solution for a better, affordable, and reliable internet service to the North Saskatchewan River Park. I'd like to continue this presentation with your permission that you allow Mr. Ratcliffe to proceed with the presentation.
You can proceed.
Sorry, Elena. Good afternoon, everybody. An estimated $13 million to $15 million leaves the county every year in cell phone charges and another $8 million in service charges. I would like to see some of that money stay in our communities. 20 years ago, dial-up was the main option for rural internet, and rural users got about half the throughput of urban dial-up. I started a wireless broadband service in Clearwater County. I was their first commercial customer. There was great demand and a rapid expansion resulted. The mass market development of wireless technology in the unlicensed frequency bands made it possible for mom and pop operations to serve rural areas. It quickly became obvious to me that eliminating the digital divide between urban and rural service levels was essential to rural sustainability. And it was also obvious that only governments could manage the investment length required to do that. I worked with the county's broadband committee about 10 years ago. And the discussion there is that a fiber optic network was the best long-term option. Yes, it's costly to install, but it gives 100% coverage. And it's the least expensive to upgrade the technology. And for all of those who have to buy new cell phones every few years, we know how that cost runs. The challenge thrown out to that committee was always, what are the magic bullets for an affordable rural fiber optic network? So we developed a couple of concepts. The first one was to leverage existing local assets. So to use REA poles if they were available, to use gas co-op machinery and underground expertise, use local construction experience and build local capacity. The second concept was to keep local money in the community, to not put local ISPs out of business, but to allow them to compete for customers on a community-owned and operated shared network. And this broadband network would be a tool for economic development. These concepts were carried forward to CBF, the Clearwater Broadband Foundation, and into the original broadband policy. Significant advances were made by this committee. There was a preliminary route plan, fiber distance, and customer numbers were all known. The technology and the hardware was investigated, and there was a preliminary implementation plan. The reason for that challenge is that reducing the cost per meter means you can serve more people with a given pot of money. And you can connect more users, which also provides more revenue to support that network. One of the most beneficial developments was a business tool plan. Any variable could be changed and recalculated in minutes for a 35-year time span, so the impact of any options were quickly known on the cash flow. The best option was a combination of the county building in the town, in the county. The capital payback was about 10 years, and there were $5+ million per year profits that could be used for community infrastructure. There were also, of course, significant economic and social benefits. So potentially a new pool, a swimming pool, a field house, or an ag rec center could have been supported from this funding. This committee was shut down. I can see how it may have frightened some people who didn't understand it by the numbers that were involved. The Clearwater Broadband Foundation came out of members of that broadband committee. There was one additional concept added, that the network should be built and operated as a nonprofit organization by and for the benefit of the community. The Broadband Foundation developed a fiber route that followed population density because that offered lower cost. The core was a redundant loop, but more on that later in the technology portion. Multiple contacts with fiber expertise were established, and there was a potential for building a knock at the school division office. It was already served by fiber, and they had plenty of space there. There was a project developed to the Gateway Industrial Park. The objective was to show capability and affordability. Rocky Gas was going to plow the fiber. The last-minute change caused some significant problems. And then because of the late start, it was now winter, costs were way up, and the original objective was not achievable. One of the big learnings from CBF was that underground installations along the provincial highway are the most expensive with the most difficult approvals. They don't want you there, so it's to be avoided. This morning, somebody sent me a quote. This is from a report of 2010 that is accelerating broadband enablement in rural Alberta, and I thought it was appropriate, seeing as how it's already 13 years old. It says, much will depend on the emergence and effectiveness of leadership at the community level and the effectiveness of government in supporting this leadership. The SuperNet was an important first step towards competitive broadband enablement in rural Alberta, and now the job needs to be finished. Okay, broadband history with Lightlink. So at this point, Clearwater County still needs a broadband solution. Options costing over $100 million are being considered, and I knew that that expense would not be acceptable to ratepayers. So Lightlink decided to build a demonstration network in Ferrier to approve other cost options. And we experimented with several cost-saving installation techniques over the 2 years. Some of them we would not recommend, but we also followed concepts from CBF. The intention was to eventually connect this little fiber network to Clearwater County Fiber. The cost was less than $3,000 per house, plus the trunk cost, like the distance between houses. So today it might cost $4,000 to $5,000 per house. And we appeared to council to report this information from our construction. We started hearing some rumors that our installation was substandard. We've actually had 4 problems with this network since 2018. 2 were bend radius issues, and we'll talk more about that in the technology part. And then twice, the same large puppy pulled the microduct and drop cable out of the junction box. So it's been extremely reliable and significantly more reliable than a wireless network. We've actually done a couple of, calling them arboreal runs, where when it was too late to plow fiber and people were desperate to get connected to fiber, where we hung the fiber through the trees. It ran, the first one ran fine for 2 winters until it was replaced, but it never failed. Some people are afraid of working with fiber because it's glass, but it really isn't that fragile if you know how to work with it. Okay, Lightlink history with the county's broadband. In 2019, this would be when the Ferrier section backbone was being constructed. We applied to the county to cross the highway to reach a small subdivision on the other side that had asked to be connected. We waited, and then we were eventually told that the broadband group, construction group, now had control of the ditches. And then later that if we were going to use the ditch, we had to include capacity for other ISPs at our expense. We refused to do that, offered to cost share the crossing with the county. The county refused and went on to do their own crossing. This took over a month, so that by that time it was too late in the year to finish connecting up customers. So there's no fiber service across the road at this point. And then in 2021, we, responding to requests for service, decided to extend this network further east. And again, applied for authorization to use the ditch to plow. We waited, and we received an invitation for a commercial arrangement to use Clearwater County fiber instead. That seemed reasonable. So we said, okay, give us the details. More delays. And eventually it was obvious that we were unable to get those details, that there really was nothing to offer. The construction season was again lost and no improved service was delivered. So we're relating this to show how the broadband delivery work of others has been impeded. And we have more similar stories, but you can imagine the trust level that's being created with ISPs. So a broadband project from an ISP perspective, a similar project. An ISP would prove their business assumptions early on, and they would start cash flow as soon as possible. An ISP would design and install backhaul and distribution as one effort. Customers would be connected as the ISP installation moved through the area. An ISP would have everything arranged. They'd not hope that something would happen that would make their project successful. So given the same time and funding, an ISP would have about twice the footprint with about 600 users online, and the revenues would more than cover the operating costs. An ISP would also scale their investment. They would right-size their equipment and their connections and upgrade as business justified more expense. They'd probably start with a redundancy. Okay, moving on to technology. Start with wireless. So to exchange information, you have to change something that the receiver can detect. So me speaking to you now, I'm creating small pressure changes in the air, which you detect and your brain converts to intelligence. So increasing the distance for that communications is where technology comes in. It's not magic. So a wireless link design calculates the probability that the link will continue to operate as atmospheric conditions change. And that's only a probability. So a direct connection is significantly more stable and reliable than wireless. The amount of data transmitted is related to the width of the wireless channel. Small wireless service providers have limited access to the wide channels that they now need to deliver higher service. Also, there's a 30% connectivity rate in our area given the vegetation and the terrain. So a wireless provider has to build overlapping towers or towers with overlapping coverage areas trying to reach more people. But then you have to manage the interference from one tower to another to be able to deliver that service. So that's another challenge. It really means that more wireless channels are needed to operate basically beyond what's currently available. The technology change in wireless requires a forklift upgrade, and that's where the mom and pop business takes $100,000 worth of equipment from their tower and from the customers, loads it on a forklift and takes it to the landfill. So a complete technology change. If you want to migrate from one technology to another, you would need to have them both running at the same time so that you can move customers from one to the other. But you also need spectrum to have those both running at the same time. So the challenges to wireless service are growing as the demand for more service appears. Oops. Sorry. So with fiber optic technology, let's have a little show and tell here. Just leave it in here. I should have practiced with my assistant to have this ready. Okay, this is the typical fiber strand that you would be working with in the field.
What's inside the black one that you gave us, the 144 Bs?
That is all what's passed.
Okay.
All your information's passed on. You've seen that before.
I have. Thank you.
This device is called a vertical fault locator. You must have one, Cam. Oh no.
There's a red light.
There we go. And the light wavelengths that are used in fiber optic communication aren't visible. They're in the infrared. But you should now be able to see a red light on the end of the fiber. Okay, we have too much light in this room for me to really show this.
Too much light to see the light. It's like can't see forest for the trees. Can't see the light for the light.
Yeah. Okay, so this isn't going to work. I wanted to show, of course, that the light was transmitted down the fiber strand, but that as you tighten the fiber, the fiber consists of two layers of glass with different index of reflection. And so the junction between them becomes a mirror at a low angle. If you get to a high angle, then you would see that this was red, that the light was coming out the side of the fiber. And that's what I was referring to with the bend radius issues where there were actually caused an outage, is that the fiber wants to hold a certain shape, and so any slack fiber is wound up in a little junction box. And if something happens and the fiber gets tightened in there, then the bend radius is exceeded and of course it goes out. So. And the other part of the demonstration, I'll pass this around. This is a 4-way passive splitter. So 1 input and 4 outputs. So like 4 users would be connected to this. And by putting that visual fault locator on the input, you would see that there was now about 1/4 of the brightness available at each port. This is a key part of a passive optical network. Those cost $10–20. And this is a piece of fiber that we use for direct burial. You can see the jacket is annoyingly tough if you're trying to get into it. It has steel wires for strength, steel foil to prevent gnawing rodents, and then the fibers inside. This little fabric piece will expand if it gets wet and block water penetration through it. And be careful on the end where the fibers, because there's a goo inside that also prevents water from migrating down it. So those pieces are sharp. Getting the cable open often demands a blood sacrifice. And another thing that we like about that cable is that the fiber is in the center of it, so any bending affects the strands the least.
Sorry.
Question?
Yes, please. Thank you, Reeve. So you said direct burial? So this isn't, this goes without a conduit?
That's how we've been using it. Of course, if we directional drill or anything like that would be difficult to repeat. We put duct in and pull it through duct.
But otherwise it just gets plowed in? Okay.
And that's what we have been running in Ferrier without issue.
And how many strands can get plowed in? Because like our ducks are big because they have large strands, right? And how many can be direct buried?
Well, that particular cable is available in up to 24. And then it's a different type of construction where there are, you may have noticed there's a plastic tube around the fibers. There would be more of those in a bundle around the center to go beyond that. So for distribution, it works well, in our opinion. The glass fibers are non-conductive, so they are immune to interference. Internet has thrived because it is shared. Many users share the cost of the infrastructure to make it affordable. There's two types of fiber, multi-mode and single mode. Multi-mode has more loss, so it has less range. Single mode is most common. That fiber we showed is all single mode. But with single mode, you can go 120 kilometers without repeaters. The major cost is installing the fiber itself. The optoelectronics is a small part of the cost, so upgrading costs much less than wireless. And you can usually do it without interruption because you can put in a technology that is running at a different wavelength. This is a customer module that we used under 20 bucks. So to upgrade this, it's not like throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars away. With fiber, a wavelength is used instead of frequency. The enormous capacity in a strand allows easy migration paths. Of all the communication modes I've worked with, fiber is by far the easiest to work and by far the most reliable. Okay, next please. Thank you, Elena. Okay, this, in the bottom one, those numbers, like the 1260, that's wavelength, that's 1260 nanometers. In the first little chart, you can barely see those numbers. And this chart is a little old, but it shows how different technologies can run on the strand. So that yellow one marked CATV is a cable TV system. So that's the entire capacity of the coax used in cable TV, occupying that small part of the spectrum on the fiber. You can see at the top there where there's different technology, but it says US and DS. DS is downstream, and that is from the head end to the customer. And US is the upstream, that is the return path of the customer data coming back to the head end. The blue GPON is, well, it's a technology that's definitely aging, but it's been in common use. The red sections there labeled XGS PON, the X is 10 and the S is symmetrical. So that's 10 gigabits per second upstream and downstream capability. And it's a little outdated, and so it's hiding, because now there are 4 XGS PON channels that are being used side by side. So that's 10 gigabits each in 4 different wavelengths on the same strand. So tremendous expandability. Do I need to?
I'm feeling dumber by the minute, sorry.
Okay, so the bottom little chart is future to present, that there are more stages of capacity as the electronics that send and decode data are improved, that more data can be sent in a smaller wavelength band.
The limit is the little white box, not the glass.
Sorry?
Sorry, Rafe. So,
Go ahead.
so the limit is the little white box that actually interprets what's coming down the glass, not the glass itself. The glass
Right.
isn't the limiting factor for moving information, it's the interpreter at the end. Okay. Hence why Cameron's, well, and anybody who comes up says fiber is by far the best. Because its technology seems limitless, it's the stuff at either end that is the holdback.
Yes, so if we're having more demand for service on an existing strand, yes, you would install XGS PON. Nowadays, you probably start with it. But to upgrade, you would tell the customer, you could mail out one of these or drop one off to a customer that wants to have 10 gigabits, be on the 10 gigabit network, and for $20 you could just throw this away. And then they're on a new system, a new technology. The lower chart shows the, so what you would do, you would migrate out of the blue area into the red, and then the next level of upgrade would be the 25 gigabit or 50 gigabit that would run in that vacant space. So again, tremendous opportunity for growth and expansion in that same strand, in each strand of your fiber. Okay, fiber optic architecture. There are 2 main architectures for fiber to the premise service: home run and the different flavors of passive optical network. A home run network has dedicated fiber strands for each home or business, and frequently has a dedicated port in the NOC or the node for each customer. It requires high strand counts, so it's more costly to install or repair, but easier to design. It's more common in cities where there are relatively shorter runs. A passive optical network, or a PON, it's a shared network. It's by far the most common architecture for fiber to the premise. There are several flavors. We talked about some of them: GPON, XGS PON, 25 gigabit, 50 gigabit, and 100 gigabits are all being used around the world now. And many of these can run side by side at the same strand. It's very flexible and easy to upgrade. The design is more complicated. Another option is wave division multiplex. It's less popular and I think less flexible, and it has its own complications to use it and benefits. So a passive optical network designer needs to keep track of the receive signal level at a given point, the fiber strand distance, timing and loss, number of users on each strand, the connectors and the fusion splices gain for the loss. A fusion splice has about a tenth the loss of a connector like this. I'm just going to go back to the timing. On a shared system, the slowest user is the one that controls sort of everybody's speed. And so there's a timing window that usually equates to about 20 kilometers. So you need to know that a customer you're installing is not outside that 20 kilometer limit. Some hardware supports different timing windows where you could have multiple ones, but again, they would be a little bit slower. Another thing the designer needs to keep track of is reusing isolated strands, so that as you build out your network, and if you use that capacity to serve an area, that strand becomes isolated. However, you can develop further down the line and use that strand to provide service backwards. So you can efficiently use your investment in fiber. There are some very good design software tools available. It's usually also the network records. A fiber network is going to be a living thing because it is going to continually be delivering more services to more people, so accurate records are key. They're usually also a troubleshooting tool, the ones I like, where suppose Reeve Swanson is, internet goes out, she can call in, you can click on the device in the system that serves her, and all of the connections back to the head end or to the node are highlighted in the system. And so you can easily see where the common point of failure is and shorten the time to repair. Jason Nixon told Clearwater Broadband to drive the bus. That is to build a network to serve our community's needs and to own our destiny. The keys to the bus are the build records, and I have said this several times, is the county should own these records and not rent them from an engineering firm. Just as a way of controlling costs and our destiny. Okay, this little drawing is going to take some imagination. This is a depiction of what a redundant loop network could look like. So on the left side, the knock could be here, Rocky Mountain House. The east node would probably be Condor or near Condor, and Highway 11 would probably run through the center. So because we're trying to connect people within that 20-kilometer window, the nodes would serve people further out. I didn't draw distribution strands on here, but there would be fibers coming off that loop, like at a crossroads or at a road, and going north and south or going to serve customers out of there, if you can imagine how that would go. This trunk fiber in the ring would contain both point-to-point strands between the nodes to interconnect the nodes and distribution strands to connect the customers. The nodes would be interconnected with point-to-point fiber, and distribution strands would run out from there to serve the users. So any break in this ring the data could simply flow from the other side, and it would minimize the number of people affected by an outage, which we hope to never have. There are many different methods to install fiber optic cable. You can underground by trenching, plowing, or directional drill. You can go aerial on existing utility poles. That's usually the lowest cost because honestly, if you're going up, plowing up a ditch, the road is a barrier because you have to serve people on both sides. And you may actually end up duplicating fiber for some distances on both sides. With aerial, you would simply run fiber to the premises on each side of the road. And it's the fastest to repair because you don't have to dig up anything. And it's probably quicker to find the problem. Pole rent can be a deterring factor in going aerial. People are micro-trenching in roadways that's used in the city where they will cut a narrow trench in the asphalt, lay fiber in it, and then fill it up. That might be something that is a solution in Nordegg. People do this in curbs and in sidewalks. So I even have read of fiber being run through existing water and sewer vaults and lines. But it's not really on my list. So a decision, a fiber in the duct direct plowed is another question. And the people who want to use duct say that it can be installed by lower tech contractors and don't have to worry about damaging the fiber itself, and that repairs are easier. However, if you've got water that's flowing into the duct or has filled your vault, that's frozen, you've got a whole other problem. I see a minimal difference in survivability between fiber in duct and direct plowed. The backhoe will treat them equally. The actual process in ducted fiber is that you first install the duct, then you send out the crew to jet in the fiber, and then you go back and splice the fiber. So there's 3 steps and 3 mobilizations. So obviously putting fiber in duct has a higher cost over direct plowing because there's one less step. And you're really paying everywhere in case something happens somewhere. So it's a risk assessment of how often, what will I save by having fiber in duct, and how often will it happen? But again, if you have, with the same amount of money, you can go further with the lower cost per meter of installation, serve more people, which gives more benefit to your community. My perspective would be to use duct in the network core, because it might reduce downtime in some extent, but to direct plow the fiber for the distribution network because of the speed and lower cost to do that and be able to serve more. Some other considerations is the type of support that we want to give the community. That, will we promote the use of this technology for growth of local business, local users? And how much individually supported? So do we leave that to someone else, or is that part of the operation? What should the install fee be? This influences the uptake and the revenue. The recurring monthly revenue soon outpaces upfront costs. That was obvious from this calculation tool that I referred to earlier. So, and most ISPs subsidize the installation cost to get a larger user base. You know that with your cell phone, rather than paying $800 or more for a new cell phone, you sign a new contract and it's $100 a month or something. So I would suggest from our experience, $100 to $300. But that, again, would be a committee policy, committee decision. The other factor is the build distance. Where do you stop? What level of density do you stop your fiber build at? Because it's just not economical. So would need a formula for that. But again, if the cost per meter is lower, you can reach a lower density of people. Okay, why no ISP has come forward? There's a statement made by Clearwater County that they would put an ISP out of business if they didn't like the service level that they were providing. So what business would invest 6 to 7 figure amounts in infrastructure to customers in that environment? The network revenues and service availability dates have repeatedly been missed, so there's a trust issue, and with many other examples on that. But the cost is another big issue. This is from the county business plan for broadband. A 20-year IRU, it's a 20-year lease, for a kilometer of 24 strands would cost $132,000 upfront, as we understand it. But an ISP could build 6 kilometers of fiber with 24 strands for that amount. So there's no business motivation. The other option is to lease dark fiber. So a kilometer of 24 strands at a 3-year rate would cost $15,600 every year. But an ISP could build those 24 strands for less than $20,000. So again, financially, it just doesn't work. So there are a few cases where an ISP would justify leasing strands from Clearwater County. I'm going to skip the next one because of time. And for almost 3 years, different ISPs have looked at the business plan and nobody has signed on. Okay, I missed. Okay, sorry. Got myself confused. Okay, the North Saskatchewan River Park, the proposal I have discussed with the Chuck Wagon Association and the Rodeo Association is to take fiber to all 4 of the judging towers that are around the track so that they could potentially be used as camera points. And I would install that on a volunteer basis, and I also volunteered to do the legwork to investigate different options for them. And there are 3 that we're looking at. First one to use Clearwater County fiber, be my first choice. Arrow has fiber at the North Bridge, so that's my second choice. And then microwave links is another option. So we have Arrow and microwave cost information for some time, and we're hoping to get the information from Clearwater County this week. What concessions might be asked of the county, don't know yet till we have everything. A funding of fiber build along River Road as part of the county network would be one question. Of course, those associations use it 4 times a year. It would be a tool to have more use of the rodeo grounds, having that capability. So this is our perspective. I suggest that you invite other ISPs like Missing Link to share their perspective, and maybe they'll validate what we've been saying. But thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
And I'm happy to answer questions anytime.
There you go. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. And as you suggested that, you be in, probably in touch with, the Rigstar, our network operator, at some point this week, that would be fantastic. We had a presentation from them this morning and with that, but absolutely, from my understanding, that door is always open to talk to Rigstar, and so we appreciate that. For a few questions and looking at the time, but go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Because of the time, I won't dig into a whole bunch of the questions. I have tons of questions as always, but my big one is North Saskatchewan River Park. Can we do this and have it confirmed in time for the chuck wagons so that they can actually tell the Cowboy Channel that they have a connection, can actually do it? And how can we help that actually happen? Because they missed last year because they couldn't get a fiber connection. Can we actually make it happen?
I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you. They have another option, but that is much less desirable. So a lot will hinge on a discussion with Rigstar. If we can gather the information and present it to the user groups so that they can make a decision by the end of February, I think we can be installing this in June, or certainly parts of it anyway. So, and you can count on us asking for any help if that is a necessity. At this point, it's doable.
Very good. Well, and as you've presented, and you've been in this industry for a number of years, I think we all around the table understand that the demand is growing for this service. And it's not getting any less, and the generations coming up are going to rely on this particular technology. So understanding that the fiber play is integral to this, what we've started, what we've the council before us has started, and so we appreciate that as support and understanding that it is the future that we all rely on. So, anyways, with that, I'm looking at one more question.
Please,
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
Thank you. So, sorry, how does it work? Because you've talked about several different options for actually building out the distribution system. So, and this might be actually more of a question for administration, but then how does that work when an ISP comes forward? Do we go, yes, you can build it that way, or no, you can't? Like, is that part of our broadband policy? Is that, like, I don't, Lightlink has offered several options, i.e. on power lines, dug direct. Do we put parameters around that, or do we go, that's your business model, you can build out your business model how you would like to build your business model? How does that work?
I'll pass that on to Mr. Hagan or Mr. McDonald. I would assume it's part of that flow, what you've explained through the marketing end of things?
Yeah, it's marketing and the standardization
Yeah.
that we'll be putting in place, those kind of policies and procedures that we'll be putting in place so that we get consistency. It shouldn't be surprise to any ISP that we'd be asking for a certain quality of workmanship and all that kind of stuff, just standard operating procedure stuff.
Okay. Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Lahi.
I was just gonna make a motion that we accept Lightlink Technology Inc.'s presentation for information.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. So, Councillor.
Support that motion. I'd like to thank Lightlink for presenting to us today, taking the courage to share, walk that tightrope, and share with us their perspectives, and wish you continued success in the future. And I would have one question for administration in this. I think there was, I don't know where I got the question from, but do we have access to the engineering work that was done by Rigstar's associates and stuff? Sure. So I just want to make sure that we're not left in the dark somewhere on work that was done around the engineering. So, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. good to know that we own the engineering, that's very helpful. Well, some people don't, right? And then you're beholden to them. But if I don't wanna get us pigeonholing an ISP into something that doesn't work with their business model either, right? When we're talking about, you must build it this way. If we are making them build it a way that doesn't make sense for their business model because it's significantly more expensive per meter, are we then limiting the abilities for ISPs to deliver service to our residents? Because at the end of the day, I want to make sure that these ISPs can deliver service. That's the goal. But if we're restricting them so much by our build specs, that doesn't seem very positive.
All the build specs will be out there. There's standardizations for building direct buried, there's standardizations for building conduit, wireless, the whole bit. So as long as those standards are followed, that's fine. So we're not asking somebody to not direct bury or to direct bury or anything. We're just asking them to build to a standard for that. If they want to hang it on a pole, it has to be to those pole standards, and i.e. Probably whoever owns the pole standards, even more than ours, so because you'll be hanging extra weight on those poles, you know, if ice happens or something. I lived through that. So, in Ontario, through all the ice hanging on all the fiber, so it was a bad day.
There we go.
So, you know.
Thank you. All right, so the motion on the floor to accept the presentation for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for coming today. You bet. So if someone could ask Councillor Northcott to return, please. Yep, thank you. So with that, on the particular, going down the itemized list of our agenda, we have next is notice of motion, seeing no notice of motions. We have number 9, adjournment, and I'm just going to turn the floor back to administration. Is there anything further that you'd like to comment with us today? Thank you very much for today. On behalf of council, I think it was a great presentation, both by our, delegations and by our network, Brigstar. We appreciate that very much. And with that, I will look for number 9, adjournment. Notice for adjournment. Would you like to do it?
Yeah. Going for it, but I'll make notes for motion for adjournment.
Okay, motion for adjournment. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.